We are in the Day of Laura, so now the images of God. Sedeca.
So if you lived in ancient Bible times, odds are you So if you lived in ancient Bible times, odds are you lived under the authority of a king.
And many of these kings claimed that they were gods, and they would even call themselves the image of God.
Meaning they had authority to tell people what to do, order things to be made.
Yeah, they got to define good and evil. And these kings would often make statues of themselves, which in Hebrew were called tselem, often translated as idol or image.
But for Israel, they didn't view their kings as the god. In fact, they were never supposed to even make images of God.
It's exactly right, and that was really unique for that time and culture. This is rooted, first of all, in Israel's belief that you can't reduce the creator God down to any one thing in creation. But there's another reason. People aren't to make images of God because God has already made images of himself.
When did he do that?
Well, let's go to page 1 of the Bible. And the first person we meet there is God. He's the one with authority over all creation. He speaks and creation obeys, and he defines what is good and not good. In other words, he alone is king. But then surprisingly, as the pinnacle of all of God's creative work, he makes humans, and he calls all of them the image of God.
So he gives all humans the authority to rule.
Exactly, that's what he goes on to say. He tells the humans to subdue the earth and to rule it. And so this task that once belonged only to elite kings is here in the Bible the task of every human being. This was a revolutionary statement in its day because all humans are being called to rule and to participate in the human project.
So what does this mean? I mean, how are we all supposed to rule?
So the picture we get in Genesis is gardening.
Gardening?
Yes, gardening. So they rule the earth by cultivating it, by harnessing all of the earth's raw potential and then making something more and new out of it.
So growing food for each other.
Yes, but that also includes growing families then, which become neighborhoods, and then they create communities where people are going to work and take care of each other and build businesses and cities that will expand to new places and so on.
So ruling is really the day-to-day acts of our work and creativity.
Yes, we take the world somewhere. This is humanity's divine and sacred task.
Yeah, and this all sounds really nice. And humans have designed some pretty great things. But just as often we create things that cause a lot of suffering and a lot of injustice. So maybe we shouldn't actually be ruling.
Yeah, so the Bible addresses this. In Genesis, what happens is that God gives humans a choice about how they're going to rule. So are they going to use their authority for the benefit of others, which is God's definition of good, or are they going to turn away and define good and evil for themselves and use their authority for self-advantage?
And in the story, they choose to define good and evil on their own terms.
And so this is the Bible's depiction of the human condition. So sometimes we pull off amazingly good stuff, but just as often, despite our best intentions, we act selfishly and we create evil in the world.
And so we're stuck as mediocre rulers making a mess of things.
But that's not the end of the story. So the Bible goes on and it makes this claim that all of this was resolved when God bound himself to humanity through Jesus. And he showed us what it looks like to truly rule as a human.
So what does it look like?
Well, Jesus ruled by serving and by seeking the best for others, by putting himself underneath them and loving not just his friends, but also his enemies.
And that's not a typical way to rule.
And not only that, Jesus confronted the consequences of all of the evil and the death that we have created by our messed up ways of ruling. And he takes it. I mean, he lets it kill him. And so when the New Testament writers looked back to Jesus' resurrection, they see a whole new future opening up for all humanity.
Jesus is a new way to be human.
Yeah, that's why they called Jesus the image of God, or the new human. And not only that, they also believe that Jesus' divine life and power is now available to heal and to transform us to become our life and power.
And this sounds really nice, but what does it really look like?
So practically, the Apostle Paul said it looks like people being filled by Jesus' own presence and spirit. filled with love and joy and peace and patience and kindness and goodness and integrity and gentleness and self-control. He says this is the new humanity that God wants to create in us, so that we become people in whom God's image is being restored, people who will move the human project forward. And that's actually how the story of the Bible ends. It's a renewed world where God is on his throne and his servants are all around him, but they're the ones ruling over this new world, taking it into new, uncharted territory with Jesus as their healer and their guide.
All right. So what is the Hebrew word for idol? You remember? Selim. Selim. And so when Yahweh created the heavens and the earth, did he make anything in his image? That's us. Yes, we're made in his image. So since Yahweh has made humans in his image, he doesn't need us to make images of him because we are it. And so with that, we were commissioned to rule, by his terms, by serving the other, which is his terms. No, yeah. So we decided to find Tov and Ra, good and bad, on our own. So with that, there's some awesome things that have been, and some terrible things. Yep. And so at the moment, the Spirit is hovering and going through the hearts and minds of people and clingers of Jesus to keep advancing the purpose of love and peace, serving the other. But there will be a day when all crookedness is made straight. All right, so now let's read. Romance. Lagos. Like what? It's a library book. It's a little too freaky for you. Do you know actually like the concepts of Alien is from those? Like the movie Alien? Oh, I have not actually watched Alien, but so like what animal is Alien based from? By the parasite wasp. So let's look up the parasite wasp. So images. Hey, I hear Augie. Can you check on him? Make sure he's not. Parasite wasp. Looking at parasite wasp close up. Parasite wasps. Alien. Well, it's based off. I was hoping there was a picture of the parasite wasps and the alien xenomorph creature. Are you ready to read? Done talking about the parasite wasp? All right.
Well, we've been done with this already.
All right. King Jesus, your holy one, amazing. I thank you that when humanity has made a muck of things, when I have made a muck of this land that you have called us to cultivate, that you stepped closer and you took our muckiness and absorbed it. Thank you for declaring us good and absorbing our muckiness. And as we read the writings of the ancients, may it just penetrate our bone and marrow and spirit. You are good. Thank you for your goodness. Amen. Children of God, led by the Spirit. So then, my dear family, we are in debt, but not to human flesh, to live our life in that way. Oh, we read that one. That's what I was like, that sounds familiar. All right. This is how I worked it out. The sufferings we go through in the present time are not worth putting in the scale alongside the glory that is going to be unveiled for us. Yes, creation itself is on tiptoe with expectation, eagerly awaiting the moment when God's children will be revealed. Creation, you see, was subjected to pointless futility, not of its own volition, but because of the one who placed it in this subjugation, in the hope that creation itself will be freed from its slavery to decay, to enjoy the freedom that comes when God's children are glorified. Let me explain. We know that the entire creation is groaning together and going through labor pains together up until the present time. Not only so, we too, we who have the first fruits of the Spirit's life within us, are groaning within ourselves as we eagerly await our adoption, the redemption of our body. We are saved, you see, in hope. But hope isn't hope if you can see it. Who hopes for what they can see? But if we hope for what we don't see, we wait for it eagerly, but also patiently. So, due to us defining Tov and Ra, it has been subjugated, and actually, it doesn't even say it, it just says subjugated. Creation itself has been groaning subjugated to decay. So it looks forward to when we are glorified, and then the renewal process begins. I walked through the wood several times before I realized what the signpost meant. The wood was thick, with paths leading this way and that. I knew some of them quite well and had my favorites among them. There was the one that led round by the lake, another that took you up to a splendid little clearing where you would usually see rabbits and squirrels. There was another one that led past some ancient oak trees of the sort that I imagine would have witnessed battles hundreds of years ago. But there was another path which I had never taken. It looked a bit overgrown and I couldn't see where it would go, because on most of my walk I'm in a hurry to get exercise and then back to work. I never bothered with it. Nor did I give a second thought to a small post which stood, almost hidden behind bushes, just behind the start of the path. It had what looked like the letter V at the top, a foot or two up from the ground. A foot or two from the ground. For all I knew, it was just a mark cut in the wood. It didn't necessarily mean anything. Until one day I came past the place, and someone had cleared the bushes enough to reveal 3 other letters, and an arrow pointing along the path. The other letters downward from the V were I, E, and W. A view? What sort of a view? Intrigued, I took the path for the first time. To begin with, it was as I expected. Overgrown, I obviously wasn't the only one who ignored it. With brambles and thorns in the way, it was muddy underfoot as well. I wish I had my thicker boots on. But then it turned sharply through the trees and began to climb quite steeply. I was out of breath in a few minutes, but after a brief pause, I kept going, getting more excited. Suddenly, instead of thick trees all around me, I saw clear sky emerging. Then I was out of the trees and onto a slab of rock. I scrambled up it and stood there calling myself names for never finding this spot before. It was indeed a view. I was looking down not only on the whole large wood, but also on the little town beyond it. I could see other hills in the distance and smoke rising from villages in between. Half the county seemed to lie there before me, and I might never have known. Romans 8 is like that view. From this point, we can see in astonishing clarity the whole plan of salvation for all of God's creation. Once you glimpse this view, you'll never forget it, and yet most readers of Romans for many years and in many traditions have hurried on by. They have been busy with theories of individual justification and salvation. They have been eager for moral lessons, for a fresh experience of the Spirit, or a fresh theology to back up the experience they had. They have been on their way to the great questions about Israel and the Gentiles, which do indeed preoccupy a good deal of Romans, not least the next few chapters. And the signpost which might have told them to turn this way and walk up this path has been covered in bushes and brambles. The language of creation on tiptoe with expectation is not what they expect. The stranger idea of God subjugating creation to fertility and slavery, and of creation then being rescued, simply isn't what people wanted to hear or knew how to interpret what they did. The Old King James translation probably didn't help either, by saying creature when today's word would be creation, giving the average reader the puzzles of wondering which creature Paul was talking about. So the path to the viewpoints had been covered over with thorns and thistles, strange apocalyptic ideas, people have said, and hurried on to safer ground. But this is the place to visit. From the top of the hill, you can see forever. So here we're at the crest of the mountain. We're at the viewpoint, where it's talking about like the whole purpose is for creation's renewal. And again, and I said us, but actually, and I thought sin, but actually Yahweh has presented creation with decay. It's probably just in mercy while we wait for rejuvenation. Hey, Sweet Goo, there's a headset right there. Can you pick that up and put it on the table, please? Right under the chair. Yeah, you can. Thank you for crawling and getting it. You're small. You're expendable. Oh, can you put it on the desk, please? Yeah, you can. Go around. Go around. Put it on the desk, please. Put it in a way where it doesn't fall. It looks like it's going to fall. There you go. Right there. Right in the deeps of it. Thank you. After all, if you were Paul writing a carefully crafted letter like Romans, would you build up all this time to such a pitch of excitement and then with the end of this train of thought nearly in sight, allow yourselves to ramble on about irrelevancies for a couple of paragraphs? Of course not. This passage is near the climax of the chapter, which is itself the climax of the letter so far. Of course it's central. Of course it's vital to his thinking. The fact that he doesn't say anything quite like this elsewhere is neither here nor there. A good deal of Romans is like that. He begins where the previous paragraph left off, with the promise that the present suffering, though often intense, will be far outweighed by the glory that is going to be unveiled for us. Note, unveiled for us, not in us. As though glorification were after all simply us looking pleased with ourselves, not to us, as though we're going to be spectators of glory, like people watching a fireworks display. The point of glory is that it means glory as sovereign rule, sharing the Messiah's saving rule over the whole world. And that is what the whole creation is waiting for. It is waiting for us, for you and me, for all God's children to be revealed. Then at last creation will see its true rulers and will know that the time has come for it to be rescued from corruption. To understand this, we need to grasp the big biblical story of creation. When we look at the world of creation as it is in the present, we see a world in the same condition as the children of Israel were in when they were enslaved in Egypt. Just as God allowed the Israelites to go down into Egypt so that in bringing them out, he could define them forever as the freedom from slavery people, so God has allowed creation to be subjugated to its present round of summer and winter, growth and decay, birth and death. It's beautiful, yes, but it always ends in tears or at least a shrug of the shoulder. If you happen to live at the sharp end of the corruption of creation, or on an earthquake fault line, for instance, or by an active volcano, you may sense the awe of that feudal power. Creation can sometimes appear like a caged buffalo, all that energy, and is not achieving anything. And thinking of wild animals, what about that promise of the wolf and the lamb lying down together? Is that just a dream? No, says Paul. It isn't a dream. It's a promise. And all these things are signs that the world as it is, though still God's good creation, and pregnant with his power and glory, is not at present the way it should be. God's covenant faithfulness was always about his commitment that through the promises to Abraham, he would one day put the whole world to rights. Not at last we see what this meant. The human race was put in charge of creation. As so often Paul has Genesis 1-3 not far from his mind. When humans rebelled and worshiped parts of creation instead of God himself, creation fell into disrepair. God allowed the state of slavery to continue. Not because the creation wants to be like that, but because he was determined to eventually put the world back to rights according to the original plan. Just as when Israel let him down, he didn't change the plan, but sent at last a faithful Israelite. The plan had called for human beings to take their place under God and over the world, worshiping the Creator and exercising glorious stewardship over the world. The creation isn't waiting to share the freedom of God's children, as some translations imply. It is waiting to benefit wonderfully when God's children are glorified. It is waiting on tiptoe with expectation, in fact, for the particular freedom it will enjoy when God gives to his children that glory, that rise, rule, and stewardship, which was always intended for those who bear God's glorious image. This perspective on the whole created order has all kinds of implication. From the way we think about the ultimate future for the world and ourselves, the end of the story is not a disembodied heaven, but a whole new world. To our present anticipation of that final responsibility for God's world. This is a positive world-affirming view, without any of the risks associated with pantheism, idolatry, and the lack of any critique of evil. There are many avenues where we might like to explore. But Paul moves at once to consider the present position of God's children in the light of his future. We are, he says, longing for the time when we ourselves be fully and finally redeemed, when, that is, we will receive our promised resurrecting body. We groan and sigh if we know what we are about, as we experience the tension between the glorious promise and the present reality. This tension is encapsulated in the fact that the Spirit is already at work within us, but has not yet completed the task of our full renewal. We have the first fruits of the Spirit's life. Paul uses the harvesting image of early sheaves offered to God as a sign of a great crop still to come. We are left with the striking analysis of Christian hope. Hope that, like faith, is not seen, or wouldn't be hope at all, but hope that is certain nonetheless. Groaning and waiting, eager but patient, that is the characteristic Christian stance. Paul's larger picture locates this growing on the map of all creation. At the center of this remarkable passage is one of his most vivid image of hope, that of birth pangs. The whole creation is in labor, longing for God's new world to be born. The church is called to share that pain and that hope. The church is not to be apart from the pain of the world. It is to be in prayer at precisely the place where the world is in pain. That is part of our calling, our high but strange role within God's purposes for new creation. All right, friend, we can start. killed. You forgetting to self heal. You got it. Nice clear shoot. Nice quick shooting. Be it. Game. Darn it. Got the self heal. So in the habit of not having to. Money. I made you fall off with my sneeze? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Cash. Oh my god.
there's a reason why when crossbows came into existence, they were the main form of weapons. Then after that came guns, really. Big boy. know the science on night vision?
I don't get it.
You don't if you don't get it. Goulash. Yeah. Goulash. I want noodles. Goulash does. Yes, it does. It's like noodles and meat. Just say Corey just wants noodles and meat. Okay. But she's the teller. She did ask, and Corey said noodles and meat. Killer. Can you buy one? should have focused. they reward you for using the same weapon. type of game, I'll choose a shotgun over a rocket launcher. But oh, of course, especially when we're dealing with mechanics that are horde and ammo like supplies is just low. Absolutely. The plasma gun. It's an old school stuff raffle from the ancient World Wars era. Use the restroom. flexibility. Okay, I can be flexible after boss. I dodge this. Nope, that's game. Let me know when you're ready to start reading. Okay, sweet cube. Oh, some sort of big centipede. Oh, Paul's calling you. Nice.
That's just dumb. Extra large. Extra large pizza.
You are getting hungry? Okay, I need you to super hydrate. Nice, but I need you to super duper hydrate, okay? Pretty much they're following these thieves stole something very important, and so one of the thieves died. Now we're following a blood trail. That will slow down the ball. So after that, shop. So even if I should probably go left. Actually, where is the next boss? All right. So I'm gonna actually, it doesn't matter which way I go right now. So I found that if you actually blow up all the bombs, it actually gives you a second treasure. But it's really hard to do unless you have special relics. go right, then I'll go immediately left. So I need to remove an orb. Run! It was just one where pretty much I get 3 pebbles, which are the weakest items in the game, and I don't need those. Or I take 9 damage, and so I accepted the dick in 9. Nope! Balls.
Oh,
I guess no shop. It is what it is. There's some control. So cool. Ready for me to start reading? Okay. Super hydrated. Hydrate good. Pretty much, he's looking for rain and he's partnering with them until he finds rain so he can destroy rain. Yeah, it was just straight boss battle. No matter what, we need to do game. $229. I'm gonna close that so water doesn't get inside. You ready for game? Let's do it. Would prefer if it's on hard form. Okay, then let's do it. Okay, so from here on out, it'll be physical card Uno. Okay. How about this? If there's people virtually that join us, we'll do digital Uno. But if it's just us, it's always physical Uno after that. Okay? If people just here. But if there's people that join digitally, we'll do virtual Uno. Sound like a good system? Huh? Oh yeah. I was waiting for you to get your game started. So, whenever it happens where Here's a gamble. Do you have a yellow? Oh, nice. All right. Is there any updates? It's just how long. All right. Do you want to start reading? Read? Let's read. Prayer, sonship, and the sovereignty of God. You're good, Jesus. May you illuminate how you're operating in the world. Present us symbols and images on. Give us language. Let us see the beauty of it, and let it just go deep inside of us so that we could also share the hope and love that you are. Amen. Prayer, sonship, and the sovereignty of God. In the same way, too, the Spirit comes alongside and helps us in our weakness. We don't know what to pray for as we ought to, but that same Spirit pleads on our behalf with groanings too deep for words, and the searcher of hearts knows what the Spirit is thinking. Because the Spirit pleads for God's people according to God's will. We know, in fact, that God works all things together for good to those who love him, who are called according to his purpose. Those he foreknew, you see, he also marked out in advance to be shaped according to the model of the image of his Son, so that he might be the firstborn of a large family. And those he marked out in advance, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. How many names can you think of for God? It may sound and not question. God's proper name in the Old Testament is, of course, Yahweh, but he is referred to in a great many other ways as well, such as the Almighty, the Holy One of Israel, or Yahweh's of hosts. He is, of course, regularly called the God of Abraham, sometimes with Isaac and Jacob added as well. Other stranger names appear fleetingly. Jacob apparently knows God as the fear of his father Isaac. What an interesting name to call God. The fear of his father Isaac. At least until he wrestles with God face to face in the next chapter. You know what's the most interesting name that we just don't know what it really means?
What?
El Shaddai. El Shaddai. It's like what people like Job calls him. It's like people who worship the God of the Bible, but just don't have the name Yahweh. They haven't been taught the name Yahweh. And so they call him El Shaddai. It'll be worth making a study of the various names, titles, and description of God scattered liberally around the New Testament as well. But in John's Gospel, Jesus regularly refers to God in terms of his own mission, the Father who sent me. So it's interesting. So here we just learn all those names. But Jesus, in John's Gospel, he just references him in the mission, the Father who sent me. It's like the action that he does is his name. It'll be like he who plays video games for me, you know? But you get my point. Like it's more about the mission than it's in the mission that reveals the character of him, the Father who sent me. Here in Romans itself, God's been referred to variously as the one who raised Jesus from the dead. Now, in this passage, that'd be so interesting. So if I'm talking about God, it says, here I'm praying to the one who raised Jesus from the dead. That is fascinating. It's like referencing someone in action. He who shoots bows. Now, in this passage, we have an equally powerful and more mysterious title. Now, you see that title? He actually capitalized it, the Searcher of Hearts. It almost feels like it belongs in the Kingdom Hearts game. So, the Searcher of Heart, and thanks be to Christ, this is way before Kingdom Hearts was released. You know, this was written 2,000 years ago. So, the Searcher of Hearts is another name for God. Yeah. But the OG.
That does not belong in the Bible. It does not.
Well, again, it's weird to us because it's a different tribe, culture, and language.
But I want to get some video game.
Oh, this is just some ancient beauty that we're now peering into. This is actually new to me. At least I don't remember being taught this, that a new name for Yahweh, new name for the Holy Spirit is the Searcher of Hearts.
Okay, sounds like you're being either Kingdom Hearts or Undertale.
That'll be a good tattoo, the Searcher of Hearts. This is a disturbing and exciting idea, and we ought to examine it a bit closer. We have already been told that God will eventually judge all human secrets. Paul has insisted that God will reserve praise for the person who is a Jew in secret as opposed to mere outward qualifications. But verse 27 of the present passage goes a step further. The word searcher comes from a root which suggests someone lighting a torch and going slowly around a large dark room full of all sorts of things, looking for something particular. Or perhaps he's searching in the dark by listening. What is he wanting to find, and what happens when he finds it? No doubt God, in searching the dark spaces of our hearts, comes across all sorts of things which no doubt God, in searching the dark spaces of our hearts, comes across all sorts of things which we would just as soon remain hidden. And I'm having a hard time for this sentence. It just, no doubt God, in searching the dark spaces of our hearts, comes across all sorts of things which we would just as soon remain hidden. So we'll prefer, again, he's a searcher of hearts. There's just things in our hearts we would prefer to remain hidden. But the thing he is wanting to find above all else, and which, according to Paul, he ought to find in all Christians, is the sound of the Spirit's groaning. We saw in the last, so Yahweh, King Jesus, he died and resurrected. He said he's sending the Holy Spirit to guide us. So the Holy Spirit is with us, is groaning within us. And so when Yahweh, the searcher of hearts, is searching, he's searching for that groaning that's in the clingers of Jesus, who has the Holy Spirit downpoured. We saw in the last section that the world's in pain, groaning in the birth pangs of new creation. We saw too that the church shares this pain, groaning our longing for our own redeemed bodies, suffering in the tension between the already of possessing the first fruits of the Spirit and the not yet of our present mortal existence. The church is not to be apart from the pain of the world. Now we discover that God himself does not stand apart from the pain both of the world and of the church, but comes to dwell in the middle of it in the person and power of the Spirit. Paul's understanding of the Spirit is new and striking at this point. At the very moment when we are struggling to pray and have no idea even what to pray for, just at that point, the Spirit is most obviously at work. The Spirit calls out of us, not articulate speech, that would be a relief. And we are not yet ready for relief in the work in this work of the prayer, but a groaning. Sure, if your brain, but we'll have to recap. Greenland. Actually, what's silly is Greenland is actually mostly covered in ice, while Iceland is mostly covered in green.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Yeah, so like
Why?
the map of the world. You have to see this. It's like, it's hilarious. Come on. View image. So here's Iceland. It's like mostly covered and actually in green. Now let's find Greenland.
Wow.
That's right above. And yeah, and this is like covered. Like this is like mostly ice.
Why didn't somebody name
At least I think that's the case. I could be wrong. But
maybe that word, the opposite was actually the right thing at that time.
is Greenland mostly ice? Here we go. That is a good question to ask. Make sure, is Iceland really green and Greenland really icy? Here we go.
Oh, no.
Thank you, naturalgeographic.com. Claims and names are a bait and switch. Get out of here! I don't want that. Okay, so over 80% of Greenland is covered in ice, but its
Wow.
grass was probably greener. It's covered in ice, but its grass was probably greener back in the summer of AD 982 when Eric the Red first landed in the southwest of the island. Sheep and potato farms still flourish in that same southwestern corner of Greenland, which sits at the more southerly. Oh, okay. So I guess when Eric the Red first came,
So
he saw lots of green. And so he was like, Greenland! Meanwhile, thanks to the Gulf Stream, Iceland's sea surface temperature can be about 10 Fahrenheit, warmer than Greenland. Huh.
what?
So again, so Iceland's actually water is warmer than Greenland. The milder climate means summers are intensely green throughout Iceland, even though 11% of the country is still covered with permanent ice cap. Okay, I can't even try saying that name. Vatnajökull is Europe's largest glacier, a piece of ice the size of Puerto Rico. Man, that place is fascinating.
Now I don't want to go there because so many. God, I run in the future.
All right, so getting back to what we're reading. So, the Searcher of Hearts, I have to really get back into the flow of things. Nature is groaning, and us clingers of Jesus are groaning. We're waiting for redeemed bodies. The Searcher of Hearts, who can, and working through and through us for prayer, there's the Holy Spirit who is indwelt in all of us, who is groaning. Well, especially when we don't have words to talk about our prayer. That's what I'm understanding, and I could be butchering that because I got seriously distracted myself by the questions of Iceland and Greenland.
Iceland when it's green. No, at that point, just rename it. Name it Iceland. Rename it, please. It's stupid.
Paul's understanding of the Spirit is new and striking at this point. At the very moment when we're struggling to pray and have no idea even what to pray for, just at that point, the Spirit is most obviously at work. The Spirit calls out of us, not articulate speech that would be a relief, and we are not yet ready for relief in this work of prayer, but a groaning, which cannot at the moment come into words. This is prayer beyond prayer, dividing down into the cold, dark depths beyond human sight or knowing, but not beyond the Searcher of Hearts as part of Paul's picture. Not just of the world or the church, but of God. We discover that the transcendent Creator is continually in communion with the Spirit who dwells in the hearts of his people. So, the Searcher of Hearts is always in communion, working with the Spirit that's with us. God understands what the Spirit is saying, even though we do not. God hears and answers the prayer which we only know as painful groanings, the tossing and turning of an unquiet spirit standing before its maker with the pains and puzzles of the world heavy on its heart. There is a challenge here to every church and every Christian is to be willing to shoulder the task of prayer of this kind. Prayer in which we are caught up in the loving, groaning, redeeming dialogue between the Father and the spirits. This is, in fact, what our glorified sovereignty over the world looks like in practice in the present age. Oh, that is bonkers. So, the Holy Spirit is calling and groaning for the pain and the movement of the world towards loving and redeeming, between love towards each other and love towards Yahweh. And so the Spirit that is with us is in constant communication with Yahweh the Father. And so this is, so us, we join in that practice. We join in that prayer. And this is how it looks like in practice in the present age. Because there's just groanings going on right now in the present age of suffering and death, which is on its death kneel. That means it's going to be a time when our present age is done for and we're in the glorified age. Fun. The challenge to suffer with the Messiah in order to be glorified with him means, to be sure, being ready for all kinds of physical suffering, persecution, and the like. That is what often comes from worshiping the true God while the world is still out of joint. But just as personal holiness is to be seen as taking responsibility in the present and for that part of the created order, most obviously under our own control, in anticipation of the day when we shall reign in life over considerable larger spheres. So prayer, seeing the light of verses 26-7, can be understood as taking responsibility for that larger world itself in advance of the new creation, and as sharing in the sufferings of the Messiah as we do so. To be sure, there are plenty of things in the world for which we can and must pray articulately, but there are plenty of others where all we can do is to be still in God's presence and allow the Spirit to groan, and the searcher of hearts to search for that groaning and to recognize it is what it is, suffering according to the pattern of the Messiah. Being conformed in the way to the image of God's Son is, in fact, what God has purposed for us all along. Prayer of this kind is simply part of the conforming process, as there appears in our hearts that love for God of which, as we saw in chapter 5, verse 5, the ancient Jewish Shema prayer had spoken, when we are thus marked out as God's people, not outwardly, but in the secret prayers and loves of our inmost being. We can be completely sure that God is in charge, that he can bring good out of whatever happens. Verse 20 is a much loved promise for many who have learned by it to trust God in the many varied and often troubling circumstances of our lives. The world is still groaning, and we with it, but God is with us in this groaning and will bring it out for good. This belief broadens out into Paul's climactic statement in verse 29 and 30 of God's purpose for all his children, as with Israel in the Old Testament. So Paul understands those who have not now been brought into fellowship with and through his Son to have been foreknown. They did not choose God, but he chose them, in a mystery which Paul does not attempt to penetrate, either here or elsewhere. Instead, he concentrates on that which God planned and purposed for them, that they should be shaped into the pattern or model of Jesus, the true image of God, becoming thereby genuine human as they join the family as younger brothers and sisters of the truly human one. The last verse sets out the simple but profound steps by which God goes to work to call out those who, in his purpose, are now to share the image of his Son, to be among those summoned to advance his work in the world. Those who were marked out for this task in the first place have been mysteriously called. Paul uses call as a technical term for what happens when the preaching of the gospel works powerfully in someone's life to bring them to faith, to urge them to baptism, and to flood their hearts with love for God by the Spirit. When the gospel produces faith in this way, as we have seen, God declares the person to be indeed a true member of the family. The word for that is justification. And the purpose of it all, a purpose which is very bit as secure as those that have gone before, so much so that, like the others, it can be spoken of in the past tense, is that they may be glorified, sharing the Messiah's sovereign, redeeming rule over the whole creation. The whole passage seems designed to remind us both of the sovereign of God and the fact that this sovereignty is always exercised in love. All right, friend, let's start. Huh. Hmm. There you go. Mm. Nice. I should have made sure it got left. Mm.
No.
Oh yeah? How did he scare you?
there's this beautiful poem. It's in the book of Isaiah.
The city of Jerusalem has just been destroyed by Babylon, a great kingdom in the north. And all of these Jewish people, they've been sent away into exile, but a few remained in the city. And they're left wondering, what just happened? Has our God abandoned us?
Right, because Jerusalem was supposed to be the city where God would reign over the world to bring peace and blessing to everyone.
Now, Isaiah had been saying that Jerusalem's destruction was a mess of Israel's own making. They had turned away from their God, become corrupt, and so their city and their temple were destroyed.
Yeah, everything seems lost.
But the poem goes on. There's a watchman on the city walls, and far out on the hills we see a messenger, and he's running towards the city. He's running and he's shouting, "Good news!" And Isaiah says, "How beautiful on the mountains are the feet of those who bring good news."
Beautiful feet?
Yes, the feet are beautiful because they're carrying a beautiful message.
What's the message?
That despite Jerusalem's destruction, Israel's God still reigns as king, and that God himself is going to one day return to this city, take up his throne, and bring peace.
And the watchmen sing for joy because of the good news that their God still reigns.
Now, in the New Testament, we find this same phrase, the good news. It's the Greek word euangelion, and it's also sometimes translated with the word gospel.
Yeah, so when Christians say, "Do you believe the gospel?" they mean, do you believe the news?
But not just any news. In the Bible, this phrase is always about the announcement of the reign of a new king. And in the New Testament, the Gospels use this phrase to summarize all of Jesus' teachings. They say that he went about proclaiming the good news of God's kingdom.
So Jesus saw himself as the messenger, bringing the news that God reigns.
Yes, but the way that he described God's reign, it surprised everybody. I mean, think, a powerful, successful kingdom. It needs to be strong, able to impose its will, able to defeat its enemies. But Jesus said the greatest person in God's kingdom was the weakest, the one who loves and who serves the poor. And he said that you live under God's reign when you respond to evil by loving your enemies and forgiving them and seeking peace. This is an upside-down kingdom.
Now, Jesus also said that this kingdom was arriving with him.
Yeah, so for example, there's this really interesting story where there's a high-ranking Roman officer, and he comes to Jesus begging him to heal his servant. And he even calls Jesus his Lord, acknowledging that Jesus is his authority. Jesus praises this man for recognizing what no one else yet had, that not only was Jesus announcing God's kingdom, he was the king.
And so the word gets out that this Jewish man from Galilee is talking and acting like he's the king of Israel. He's appointing 12 disciples, which are an image of Israel's 12 tribes. He's healing people, forgiving people their sins.
And all of this so threatened Israel's leaders that they finally decide to have him killed. And Jesus let them.
Yeah, which is a weird thing to do if you're trying to become king.
That's right. But for Jesus, this is what had to happen. Jesus saw the sin and the devastation of his people Israel as just one small part of the entire human condition. How all humanity has rebelled against God, resulting in the tragedy and devastation of our whole world. And so how is God going to bring his reign over such a world? Jesus believed it would be through an act of sacrificial love for his enemies. This is why in the Gospels, Jesus' crucifixion is depicted as his enthronement as the King of the Jews.
Yeah, he receives a crown. He also receives a robe.
He's exalted up, not onto a throne, but onto the cross.
How beautiful are the feet that bring good news.
And the good news now is that Jesus has defeated death and that he reigns as king, that he's dealt with our sin and corruption himself, and that he's conquered it with his life and with his love.
And then Jesus sends his followers to go out and keep announcing this good news of the upside-down kingdom.
And to invite everyone to give their allegiance to him, the king who defeated death with his love.
All right. How beautiful are the feet that bring good news? What is good news? Usually gospel. Remember the Greek? Euangelion. So what is the good news? Teaching right, but it also more like what he did for us, right? And what did he do for us?
Yeah.
Right. What before was the way how humans rule and how people still rule,
By
but
forcing people to have a good army.
yeah, forcing they having a good army, the fear of death. So, but when Jesus let the death fall on him, which is usually is how empires control is by fear of death. So we let death fall upon him. How was that for when death fall upon him? Which usually, like, it's weird to rule through death, but was that a ascension for him, or did he die permanently? It was ascension, right? Because death could not hold on to him, and so now we rule like him through service to others. All right, we can start. Hmm? Hmm. Phew.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right, they're not sticky. Sorry, what? They're made from little bit water, flour, water, salt, a little bit of yeast, probably. I'm guessing. Here, I'll take my headphones off. No, it's again flour. That's Vienna. That's Sakara. That's Lid. That's a lady, by the way, too. Last well. No, I mean, secondly, I'm like I'm controlling the party. So I am the party. What's up, friend? Yep. Yep, he has a mouth by the door. He's trying to enclose on me. You didn't make it in time. did. High five.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What on earth is that? What on earth is it?
Hey, Dad, look.
I know. You just showed me that
Cool
game.
down. What the?
Well, bro. One second. I probably should. Probably should. They're called. I don't know what their name is. We're gonna pause from this for right now. This is the main guy. Him and Rain are like the two OG main guys. Nope, this is the main. He's main. He's new in the party. Absolute. Not yet. I gotta keep on upgrading.
What? Why do you have to operate from a different end?
Nice. Are you using autoclick or? Oh, that you're using a chat sheet.
Okay, I see. Oh yeah, here you are. Ew.
the goal is to pretty much. All right. All right. Here we go. No. Do 4 damage. No, so blow up those red ones. You're still hungry? Well then talk to mama. The tree was just more in my way. So I had to take out the mole before he took me out. Hmm. Well, you could change the Yeah. Nice. Mm-hmm. Are you eating pistachios? Oh, they're not sticky, Suikyu. Nice. Nope, it's
Look at this description.
yeah.
But this is
It's just part of like I don't remember. Actually, this is all right. Let's see if I beat this game. You okay, Suikyu? Okay. Go get a drink. gonna one-shot him. I am. Don't make us say it. Oh, my favorite. Finally. All right, actually, I gotta share that achievement. I think it's time, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yep, it's time. We can go now. All right, guys. Toodles.